seated. Deputies, are all the jurors here yet?
I think it's gonna be hard, checking on that now. Let me check with him.
Okay. on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and we are outside the presence of the jury. Are both sides ready to proceed with closing argument today?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How much time do you all think you will need?
Your Honor, the state would request at least 45 minutes total to be split between Ms. Mitchell for open, close, and myself.
Okay.
And we would request 1 hour be split between Mr. Patton and Ms. Bartlett.
Okay. 1 hour. All right. How many minutes?
Of a warning?
Yes.
Can I have a 35-minute warning?
35-minute warning?
Yes, Judge. Like, once I reach 35 minutes, will you let me know that?
Okay. Now, how many minutes, you're requesting for an hour? How many minutes apiece? Are you going to, okay, you're,
I'm going to be opening,
okay,
and I'm hoping that it's shorter than 35 minutes, but to be safe, I'm requesting 35 minutes.
okay, total. So you want a 5-minute warning before your 35 is up?
No, just let me know that I hit 35 minutes, and then I will wrap up, and Mr. Patton will take the rest.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, deputies, let's line up the jurors. Please be seated. All right, we're on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I hope you all had a restful night. Yes? Okay. Now, like I said yesterday, the state has rested and closed. The defense has rested and closed. You still have the parties' closing arguments and my charge, which will guide you with the law that you're supposed to use while you're deliberating, okay? The laws that will guide you. And so I'm going to proceed to read that charge to you. It's long, but I will have copies delivered to all of you, each of you, by the bailiff. So you'll have it in the deliberation room while you're deliberating, okay? The alternate jurors will be led into a separate room by the bailiff while the 12 substantive jurors deliberate. The alternates are only to go in there if 3 of you or 1 of you becomes indisposed, and then we will put in the alternates as needed. Is that understood? Yes. Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay. In the state of Texas versus Yaser Said, court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, the defendant, Yaser Said, stands charged by indictment with the offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed on or about January 1st, 2008 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. The following instructions are the law applicable to this case. You are instructed that you may read these instructions as a whole. Offense. A person commits the offense of murder if the person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual. A person commits the offense of capital murder if the person commits murder, as that term is herein defined, and the person murders more than one person during the same criminal transaction, or B, during different criminal transactions, but the murders are committed pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Term definitions. Deadly weapon means A firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or B, anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance, or any device readily convertible to that use. Individual means a human being who is alive. Person means an individual. Same criminal transaction means a continuous and uninterrupted chain of conduct occurring over a very short period of time in a rapid sequence of unbroken events. Mental state definitions. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt in the trial. Presumption of innocence. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that the defendant has been arrested, confined, indicted, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require the defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. Burden of proof. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is not required to prove that a person is guilty beyond all doubt. The state must simply exclude all reasonable doubt about the person's guilt. If the state fails to meet its burden, you must acquit the defendant. On or about. The indictment alleges an offense to have taken place on or about the first day of January 2008. The term on or about allows proof of an alleged offense any time prior to the presentment of the indictment and within the statute of limitations. The indictment in this case was presented on July 30th, 2008. There is no statute of limitation for the offense of capital murder. Extraneous offenses. You are instructed that if there is any testimony before you in this case regarding the defendant's having committed offenses other than the offense alleged against him in this indictment, in this case, you cannot consider said testimony for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other offenses, if any were committed, and even then, you may only consider the same in determining the motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident of the defendant, if any, in connection with the offense, in connection with the offense, if any, alleged against him in the indictment in this case, and for no other purpose. You are instructed that if there is any evidence before you in this case regarding other crimes, wrongs, or acts committed by the defendant against the complainants in this case, you may not consider such evidence unless you first find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other crimes, wrongs, or acts, and even then you may only consider such evidence for its bearing on relevant matters, including the state of mind of the defendant and the complainants, and the previous or subsequent relationship between the defendant and the complainants. Application of the law to the evidence presented. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about January 1st, 2008, in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Yaser Said, did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Amina Said, an individual, by shooting Amina Said with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and during the same criminal transaction, the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused the death of another individual, Yaser Said, by shooting Yaser Said with a firearm, a deadly weapon, then you will find the defendant guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Or, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about January the 1st of 2008 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Yaser Said, did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Amina Said, an individual, by shooting Amina Said with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and during a different criminal transaction, but pursuant to the same scheme and course of conduct, the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused the death of another individual, Yaser Said, by shooting Yaser Said with a firearm, a deadly weapon, then you will find the defendant guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. If you do not so find, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you cannot agree, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Evidentiary instructions. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings, and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given such evidence, nor passes on the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. Concluding instructions. You are charged that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding this case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he may have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. You may not be swayed by emotion or sentiment. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony. But you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given you, and be governed thereby. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute arises as to the testimony presented. If this should occur in this case, you shall inform the court and request that the court read the portion of disputed testimony to you from the official transcript. You, as the jury, are charged with listening to all the evidence presented in this case. With this in mind, a general rereading of a witness's testimony is not permitted. Portions of the transcript may be read back for differences if you are in disagreement about what a particular witness said in response to a specific question or subject matter. After you retire to the jury room, you will select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is the presiding juror's duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as presiding juror. After you retire to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. During your deliberations in this case, you must neither consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should neither consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. After you have retired, you may communicate with this court in writing through the bailiff who has you in charge. Your written communication must be signed by the presiding juror. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court regarding any question you may have concerning the trial of this case. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause, and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Following the arguments of counsel, you will retire to consider your verdict. If you have reached a unanimous verdict, or if you desire to communicate with the court, please use the jury call button on the wall, and one of the bailiffs will respond. And this original charge is signed by me, Honorable Judge Chika Anyam, Criminal District Court Number 7, Dallas County, Texas. The copies that I have for you will be marked as copies. So the one to sign is the original copy, okay? All right. Now the verdict forms are attached to the back, the verdict form, and it reads thus. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Yaser Said, not guilty. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Yaser Said, guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. And I will hand these to the bailiff for you. Are both sides ready?
Yes,
State?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please support. Sorry. Counsel, co-counsel. Yaser Said intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Amina Said and Sarah Said. by shooting up the firearm, a deadly weapon, in the same criminal transaction. That is the charge. It is simple, as is this case. Amina and Sarah Said returned home after running away from him. After planning, packing, waiting for him to go to work, getting money, getting a car, having friends, getting a lease, they ran away from him. They lied to their brother to get away from Yaser Said. And when they returned home, Amina most certainly unwillingly, she came home that day unwillingly, Yaser Said puts them in his borrowed orange cab to go to Denny's or to talk to them. He is the last one to be seen with these girls, and they are found in a cab stand at the Omni Mandalay. Irving Police, with dispatch and boots on the ground, worked tirelessly to figure out who this distressed victim was, Sarah Said. Officer Bracey went all over Las Colinas trying to find this distressed victim or any suspect or what was going on. They had very little information. And with very little or anything to go on, they do. They get the call that the borrowed orange cab has two people down, Amina and Sarah Said, slumped over, dead in that cab. And he is nowhere to be found. And with little or no information, certainly not from him, they figure out who the driver was of the cab, because that makes sense. That is what they are supposed to do. Who was driving this car with these girls in it in this very tight time frame that they figure out? And they figure out who was driving that cab, and they figure out, again, he is nowhere to be found, their father. And then Irving PD talks to Patricia, the wife, friends, family, teachers, and they figure out what was going on in this home. Irving PD never got this wrong. And you heard that from the defendant's own statement, which was absurd. He is asking you to suspend all common sense, all reality, to believe that story. It was so absurd, it is insulting to the memory of Amina and Sarah Said. He left them in that car. He said that they were going to work it out with whoever was following him, these phantom people. He can't figure out who they are. He can't tell you why they were following. He can't tell you why someone would want to hurt him. He can't give you any of that. He leaves the very girls in the car that he has
Objection, Your Honor,
controlled.
that's flipping the burden. It is not his responsibility to prove his innocence. It is their responsibility to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And putting to this jury in closing arguments that he has any obligation to prove anything to them is flipping that burden, and it is a reversible error.
The jury will remember that the burden rests on the state throughout the trial,
Ladies and gentlemen,
beyond a reasonable doubt. Rests on the state throughout the trial, never shifts to the defendant. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, he wouldn't even let these girls go to a movie. He wouldn't let them date. But he's going to walk out of this cab, walk away from it, with two boys he doesn't know, or two people, and let them sort it out. And he's going to leave a gun in that car. He's going to leave a phone in that car. Does that seem reasonable? It is absolutely not reasonable. He went to Waffle House to hang out. He had no plan. He didn't know when he was going to see those girls again. He finds out and calls it an accident. He vanishes for 12 years. He, Yaser Said, doesn't go to their funeral. He had no plan because That's not what happened. It is not logical. It doesn't make any sense. It is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, it is tragic that Amina and Sarah Said felt they had to run away. And it is tragic that there wasn't any other options for them. And it is tragic that this man loomed over their lives in what I would loosely call a home, that they even had to make any of these decisions. All of that is tragic. But the most important witnesses who were not here are Amina and Sarah Said, because they told you. They reached out and they told friends and family and teachers what was going on. And they told you. Amina Said told you what would happen. That he will kill us. And Sarah Said, in her 911 call, in her last dying breaths, told you that it did happen. And by whom? Their father, Yaser Said. Yaser Said needs to be held accountable for the deaths, for the murder, for the slaughter of these girls. We are asking for a guilty verdict on capital murder. It's the second line on this back page. Yaser Said is guilty. There is no other verdict. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. So Mr. Patton's going to set that up. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bahram Muse. You didn't get to hear from me a lot, too much this trial, but I've been looking forward to speaking to you today. On behalf of Mr. Said and the rest of the defense team, I thank you for your time, attention, patience, taking your lives away and putting them on pause to hear this very important case. I feel very passionate about this case, so that's why I have a PowerPoint and that's why I have my notes. I don't want to not miss any of the important points. And unfortunately, as the defense, we have a lot of things to go over that were not presented to you, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I want you to understand the jury charge that was read to you by the judge is based on the Texas and U.S. constitutions, okay? Both of those documents are very important because those are the documents that protect us. People like Mr. Said are people like us in the community. And those documents are important to protect us from the government not doing things appropriately. I'm not going to pass judgment on the reasons for why, but I'm going to throw out what I saw in this case, and I believe what you saw as well. This case reminds me of 3 words. Unfortunately, these 3 words are not great words. Disappointing, ignorant, and offensive. And I'm going to break down those 3 words for you today. First of all, what we do know, and it's been very clear, is that 2 beautiful, intelligent young ladies were murdered. That is very clear. It was very clear by all the witnesses that those young ladies were murdered in an unknown location. Okay? It's very clear that those ladies were moved from that unknown location to the Omni Mandalay Hotel to the cab stand. No investigation was done. You know, the movement from a location of an offense to a public location means the person that moved those bodies wanted those bodies to be found. That's what that means. But that's why investigations are so important in these types of cases. That's why police get taxpayer dollars and funding from the federal government and the state government to do their jobs, to investigate what happened, to obtain all of the evidence necessary to explain what happened. So we know no investigation was completed by the Irving PD or FBI before seeking a full-on international manhunt for Yaser Said. You heard that all this past week. I want to talk about the evidence in this case. You heard about the 911 call in this email. You're going to take those back with you, okay? I've gotten more evidence in DW misdemeanor cases than I have in this capital murder case. And I did misdemeanors a long, long time ago. Blood analysis, recorded statements from the driver even, videos of testing done in the field, something, provide something. We don't even have anything in this case. We have a 911 call and an email to a teacher. The investigation, as you heard, is based on this very important 911 call that they say that they believe was made by Yaser Said. As you see, the 911 call taker, Mr. Kevin Hubbard, he testified. He testified the language on the 911 call was unascertainable. And that he also said all he could hear was that the female on the call said she was dying. Any other statements were inaudible to him, and they were listening. That was a very important 911 call that all the officers had, and apparently they say they listened to. Throughout the evidence from the medical examiners, you heard that Sarah was shot 9 times. 9 times, ladies and gentlemen. We know Amina was shot 2 times. We don't know how long after being shot that 911 call was made. We have no information as to that. Patricia Owens stated that it was Sarah's voice, so all I can assume is that that young lady made a 911 call after being shot 9 times and bleeding out. The first reliable witness from the state that you heard from was the medical examiner, Dr. Janice Townsend Parchman. She testified very nicely and very unbiased, I felt like. She was not elusive in her answers when people were asking her questions. She provided direct answers and clarity to her report and her findings. She was honest about when she could not prove or provide a direct or clear answer to our questions. She explained trajectories are undeterminable due to mainly the human body being in motion if there's a struggle or shots being made. She also explained that when a person is dying, that they will continue to experience possibly auditory and visual hallucinations. And that's because the body is in complete shock. She was very clear that hypovolemic shock is uncommon, but that it is not outside the realm of possibility after being shot 9 times. Okay. Next, let's talk about the no investigation being completed. I have the list there. I mean, no DNA taken or tested, ladies and gentlemen. No fingerprints. Not from outside the vehicle, not from the inside of the taxi, not even from the magazine found inside of the taxi that you heard these officers saying that they believe was used in the actual offense. We have no ballistics testing, no ballistics done to even determine whether one or more weapons were used. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I mean, this is very, very important in a double homicide. Double homicide. This is investigation 101. I mean, you can go on and Google the national standards for investigators, and they can do that themselves in the field on their police-provided cell phones. Nobody did that. We have to understand, is this a father who murdered his children? Is this a robbery that happened in a taxi? Let's not play that robberies don't happen to taxi drivers. That's a common occurrence. That's why you heard Yaser say sometimes when he would work nights, he would take a gun with him for protection. And any taxi driver can talk to you about that. You heard from 2 of them. There are also no surveillance videos taken from the hotel surveillance system. First, let me go through some of these individuals that didn't provide you with any investigation. We have Mr. Stephen Hazard. He's the gentleman that went to the taxi the night of. He didn't fingerprint the taxi or the magazine found in the taxi. He said it wasn't important because there was a 911 call. You remember the 911 call that you heard the 911 caller say, all he heard was the girl saying she's dying. Failed to check other surveillance around the area where the taxi was left. He didn't think it was important to go ask about the six surveillance cameras at the Omni Hotel. I mean, if it's not Yaser, we got to figure out who it was. And we're never going to know. He did not conduct any DNA analysis at the scene of the crime. He's like, no, I didn't do that. I didn't think it was important because of this 911 call. But later on, he says he never heard the 911 call himself. But this gentleman chose to base his entire investigation on a 911 call that he never heard. I'm not going to do all the testing and all the other stuff I'm trained to do. Why should I? We already know who did it. It's common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Nathan Watson. You heard from this gentleman at the hotel. He couldn't testify to how full the hotel was and what kind of activity was going on the night of the girl's murder. He said that he's seen Yaser before, but he didn't see him that evening. He was not sufficiently aware of the surveillance footage that the hotel possessed. Then why they speak to him? Officers can figure out who the next important person to speak to is so they can obtain their evidence. We didn't hear from any of those people. We had Mr. Nathan Watson. Next, Randall Johnson, also from Irving PD. And I'm going to pause here. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So let's go back. So no gunshot residue done on the family members. So Officer Hazard said he didn't think that was important because it's common sense. I put the poles in these holes and I figure out the trajectory. That's not science, ladies and gentlemen. They go to trainings. They do all kinds of funded classes, CLEs, continuing education courses to learn how to stay on top of proper investigations because things are ever changing. He didn't do that. He didn't even, actually nobody thought it was important to even get gunshot residue from any of the individuals involved anywhere in this, like from the beginning to the end of this case. Nobody thought to get gunshot residue from Patricia, from the 2 boyfriends that were heavily involved in everything that led up allegedly to this situation. Back to surveillance videos. You heard about Irving PD having a fleet of officers broken up, going all across Irving, looking at surrounding areas, businesses, apartment complexes. There's a DART station nearby. None of those individuals saw Yaser Said, but also none of those individuals were looking for anyone else. And none of those individuals thought it would be important to go and pull the surveillance videos from the nearby apartment complexes that they went to, from the nearby DART station that was around. If a taxi's driving around possibly with dead bodies, it's very important to pull surveillance videos from the surrounding areas to see if those vehicles are traveling on those videos, to see if you can tell who's in the car. We get those videos on drive-by cases in South Dallas from DPD all the time, but Irving Police, they don't have that capability, they said. You know, the gunshot residue hazard said that it wasn't even important to him. He didn't even take gunshot residue from the outside or the inside to see if there was residue on the outside of the taxi or on the inside, because he said that wasn't important to him because of the 911 call. Well, that's very important to understand. Were these ladies shot outside of the taxi? Were they shot inside of the taxi? If you don't know the location of the shooting, all of these things, all of these pieces of evidence that you should try and collect are very, very important in a double homicide where bodies have been moved. Now we go into the no written or recorded statements. All right. It's very important to me that officers get written and recorded statements from witnesses involved in cases, and it should be to you too, especially when we're talking about capital murder and 2 young ladies being dead. It's a big deal. We have no written or recorded statements from anybody interviewed by Irving Police Department and their team of detectives. The drama all stemmed from a plan that teenagers and Patricia Owens devised, okay? Nobody thought it would be important for those individuals to write down their version of these events. They talked to them about moving from Dallas, from Louisville, to going to Kansas, going to Oklahoma, and then all of a sudden coming back to
I'm
Dallas.
going to object to this slide. There's several on here, words on here that are a complete misstatement of the facts.
Your Honor,
The second line and the fourth line.
no, I'm going to break down exactly the facts that were presented.
As it's presented in words in black and white on this, it is a misstatement of the evidence and the testimony.
All right. The jury will recall the testimony and the evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, this is a major issue for this investigation, especially because the alibi witness for a possible suspect has changed. And so the whole story regarding Edgar Ruiz and Eric Panamino has completely changed. Edgar Ruiz's whole story has changed 2 weeks ago before we started this trial. For 14 years, the Irving Police Department's version of events is up there. And Detective Henning and Shingle testified to this information, or Hennig, I'm sorry. For 14 years, the Irving Police version of events was that Edgar and Eric came into the police station the night of January 1st of 2008 when the bodies were found. Both boyfriends spoke to Detective Shingle and he took their identifying information. Edgar stated that Amina left his house with Patricia. Edgar explained that he and Eric were sitting at an intersection in Louisville and they saw the girls and Yaser in a taxi together. They decided to follow the taxi. Edgar had said that Eric called Sarah asking if they were okay, and then they hung up the phone. Edgar stated that they took the exit to 635 to head back to Louisville, and that the taxi looked like it was taking the 114 exit. Edgar had explained to Detective Shingle that they did not know anything had happened that night to the girls, and they were just checking on them to see if they were okay. And it was very, very clear by all the officers in Irving PD that were involved in this case that they did not take any written or recorded statements from these 2 gentlemen that night. Even though Edgar says he wrote out a statement and provided it to Irving Police. Now, you see Detective Shingle, He said that he never independently interviewed Edgar and Eric when they arrived to the police station, that he interviewed them together, not separately. He never got written statements from either gentleman. He never asked the boys who the friend was that informed them of the girl's death, that led them to come to the police station. And he didn't even search either one of them for gun residue. I mean, why not? Just to be sure. Now let's go into Eric Panamino's story. His version in trial this week was this, last week. He was very clear that he was not in the car with Edgar when Edgar allegedly followed the girls and Yaser in the taxi. He also explained his parents were not happy about him leaving and getting married, but they still supported his decision. He stated that he had only gone with Edgar to the police station to check on the girls. Eric stated that he never saw the girls in the taxi that night with their father. So that's Eric's version on the stand, and I can understand why Edgar changed his version last minute, because sworn statements are very different in court than mumbo jumbo you say to police at a police station on a not recorded conversation. So now let's go to Edgar Ruiz's version of events up there. Like I said, his version of events actually changed literally 2 weeks before trial. He explains that he and his father were the ones in the vehicle following the taxi that evening. And he and his father were the ones who went to the police station together. He explained that his family was not happy about the marriage and leaving to go to Oklahoma, but that they supported and provided him a vehicle. Supportive parents. He drove the girls and Patricia Owens to Kansas and then Oklahoma. Edgar, signed a 1-year lease. 1-year lease in his name and assisted getting furniture and moving furniture into this apartment for them to live in. He explained that after everything was all set up, the girls decided they wanted to go back to Louisville. And he was just kind of shocked by everything, but okay, let's go back. He explained that Amina was forcefully taken by Patricia to go back home. You remember that testimony where Patricia came and pulled Amina back and said, "We got to go home." And when Amina was being pulled away, she told him, "You failed me." After this whole dramatic exchange, he says he was driving with his father to go bail out a family member in Richardson jail, and that his father, who had never seen Yaser, had spotted the taxi with the girls and Yaser driving. They followed them to make sure they were safe, is what he said. And he called Sarah and she said hello a number of times and hung up on him, and he felt that that was a sign of safety. So he and his father decided to just part ways and go off to Richardson jail to go bail out the family member instead of following the love of his life to make sure that she was okay. That's his version of events now. So his alibi witness changed on the eve of trial. After speaking to the prosecutors, we got that information and found out his father now lives in Mexico. His only alibi witness we have now lives in Mexico, is unavailable to come to America for this case. Okay? I find that very interesting, and I think that it was interesting from the very, very, very beginning of this whole incident. And I think it's a failure of the system that none of the officers thought to investigate that further, just to be sure that they have all the evidence and information that they need. Now, we talked about no phone records from any other possible family members or individuals involved in the circumstances that the state is basing this whole case on. You heard from Mr. Causey. He said he never performed a phone dump on any Patricia, Edgar, Eric, or Victor. That's Victor's, the father of Edgar Ruiz. We found out his name is Victor. So no phone dumps were done for any of these individuals. And I submit to you, if Irving had done their interviews and investigation properly, that we would have at least maybe heard about Victor. Maybe that would have raised flags to maybe we should get all these other phone records to confirm what people are telling us. Next, let's discuss. You heard about these prior abuse allegations that Patricia made against Yaser. You heard from this gentleman, Coy West, and you heard that that case and those allegations were fully investigated by the Hill County District Attorney's Office where he works. You also heard that a doctor examined both girls and nothing was found, nothing to substantiate the allegations made by Patricia. And the case was dismissed. I also found it very interesting that the important part of the case that the state was trying to bring up, they were like, oh, we lost the recanted videos. We don't have that information, but we have all the other bad information. We don't have the stuff that actually shows that the case was not valid. We just have the dismissal. Now let's get into, before I leave the Patricia thing, those allegations, I'm not understanding the state's argument about why those allegations are important, because it just shows that Patricia Owens is a liar. Either she lied to police to get the case filed, or she lied to police saying it's not true. And under the law, that's an unreliable witness, okay? That is not appropriate for a team of Irving police and FBI investigators to just hang their hat on that one unreliable witness. So the injuries were abuse that you heard from the state. You never saw any photos of any abuse or injuries. There's no documentation of hospital records or school records that ever documented any abuse or injuries. CPS was never even called by any of the schools, not any neighbor, not anybody, only Patricia. Also, I believe the medical examiner reports are in evidence for you guys to review, you ladies and gentlemen. And you'll see that the medical examiner reports also do not document any prior abuse or bruising or scarring or anything like that on those bodies. Now let's talk about Miss Hopkins, that email. Talked about this email right here. This one email out of, she said, hundreds or a lot of emails that she received, but we only have one that was turned to police. And there's no evidence. I want you to review this. And you're going to see, Ms. Hopkins even said she never even contacted CPS about any of these. As a teacher, she didn't obviously think it was that important to contact CPS herself. There's no evidence that you heard of to corroborate what's written in that email by Amina. There's no evidence presented to corroborate any of that. This email was sent on December 21st of 2007. To me, that's a red flag, and it should be to you too. Nobody was getting an arranged marriage like is discussed in here. Nobody even came back from Egypt on 2 trips with their families with an arranged marriage. Okay, so that's just a falsity. It was sent after Amina did make plans with Joseph Moreno to go and get married in Vegas after she came back from Oklahoma. A plan that was devised so she and Joseph could be together forever. And that plan was actually confirmed by Detective Henning when he spoke to Joseph Moreno and Ruth Trotter, and he testified to that. He didn't want to
Objection,
talk
arguing
about it.
outside the record. There is no testimony, and Joseph did not testify.
Detective Henning spoke about it in his cross.
Thank you. The jury instructed that argument of counsel is not evidence. The jury will recall the testimony and the evidence in this case.
So you heard from Detective Hennig that he confirmed when he got a call from Joseph Moreno and also spoke to his mother, Ruth Trotter. You heard from both boyfriends that Yaser never threatened them or even had spoken to them in person, never even calling them to threaten them and their lives. They all went to the same grocery store. You heard Eric say he even saw Yaser, and Yaser didn't do anything. Well, if you have such disdain for these boyfriends, I don't see how such a dangerous and abusive man wouldn't go and even say one profane word to them. Nothing. Yeah. Put that slide up because really Patricia Owens is the lead investigator in this whole case. And that makes me just sick to my stomach when I think about it, because how much money, how much time, how many cases that have been done inappropriately by Irving Police. It just breaks my heart, but let me continue. Her statements were the only ones believed by Irving Police Department. Her son Islam was interviewed the same night that she spoke to police, and he was very clear that his father would never do such a thing, and he was very clear in his concern about the relationship that the girls had with the boyfriends and kind of the drama that ensued because of Patricia stirring the pot. But Irving Police, they dismissed what Islam said, okay? They actually dismissed everything any member of the Said family ever said. Extended family was spoken to. They raised their interest about the concern of the boyfriend situation, but nobody thought that was important, just to investigate, to make sure. And the reason why they diminished all those is because it didn't fit into their narrative. All the statements from Islam and all the other family members that are aware of this whole family dynamic and situation were very clear that Yaser would not do something like this. But nobody gave it any credibility or credence, just to follow up and make sure they're lying. If you think they're lying, get the evidence to make sure they are lying. Patricia's family doesn't even like her, okay? Including her sister, her aunt, her own son Islam. And as you heard from the two boyfriends, they weren't really fond of her either. They thought she was kind of weird acting. If they're on the run trying to get away from a dangerous father, she wanted them to drive her around to go visit her family, go see her mother's grave. That I believe Edgar said that was weird, since she and her mother didn't even like each other. Nobody likes Patricia. Nobody. And what's weird is she's the only one standing out of all of this. 2 daughters are passed, a husband here, an ex-husband. I haven't seen the divorce papers, so I don't know what she's talking about, the divorce. But her husband here, her son in federal prison, and then her brother-in-law, his brother, in federal prison as well. All because she's the lead investigator in this case. 2 sets of families just exploded and are no longer. What I see from Patricia Owens is a woman that has always used her children to manipulate other people. What I've seen is Patricia Owens use the system to manipulate other people. We talked about that prior abuse allegation she made that ended up being dismissed. Like I said, either she lied to the cops to get it filed, or she lied to the cops to get it dismissed. That, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, is not appropriate. Either way you dice it, It's not appropriate for an individual to behave that way with police and to get away with it and be the lead investigator in this case. She pulled her daughters out of school for the purpose of getting her high school age daughters engaged to their boyfriends. And she also testified that the girls wanted to come back because they were the ones concerned about finishing school. And they said they wanted to come back and finish the year and make sure that Amina graduated. She also called herself a breadwinner. That really bothers me. I really don't like. Thank you, Judge. She calls herself the breadwinner after stealing $5,000 cash from Yaser, but in the same breath, she said she never worked. She said she never worked, but I'm the breadwinner, and she couldn't even live on her own after the murders happened. You heard testimony that she ended up moving in with Mohsen, who's Yaser's brother. Mohsen and his wife, okay? If you're the breadwinner, why do you need to keep relying on a family that has helped you and supported you? She's a woman who even the Said family had to step in to assist her because her parents wanted to get rid of her and her sister at the age of 15 years old. The Said family is the one that stepped in to assist and have always been there to help Patricia through her misgivings and miscomings. They've always taken her back. Even after all this, they helped give her a place to live and a car to drive. This lady was the lead detective, and she provided all the evidence to Detective Henning and all those people. What I find is unbelievable is that this case is also based on ignorance. It is based on prejudice and ignorance. It's ignorant to think that a father who just wanted his daughters to be educated and provide for themselves is an abuser because he wouldn't let his daughters go to the mall and hang out with boys, or go get ice cream with boys, or go spend the night over at a friend's house. He's called an abuser for being concerned about their safety when his daughters were not home late at night. Called an abuser for disciplining his daughters and his son equally by taking away their phones and vehicle when they were not focusing on school. He did that equal to Islam and the girls. These girls in Islam never went without. They had nice clothes, they had vehicles, they had support. And this is not abuse, ladies and gentlemen. This is called discipline. And everybody has a preference in how they discipline their kids. Just like they have a preference in what kind of food they eat, what kind of people they date, what religion they want to practice. This is all people's preferences. It doesn't make somebody a murderer. Discipline does not mean you murdered your children. Your culture does not mean you murdered your children. Your skin color or nationality, or if you come from Europe or wherever you come from, does not mean that you killed your children.
Ms. Muse, your time is up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you guys know that you heard from these people, Mr. Tafal, who said that it's common for subtaxis or subleasing of taxis. That's a common practice. You heard that Mr. El Hassan said GPS systems turn off by themselves when they're full. You also heard both these gentlemen say they never had a problem with Yaser Said. Nobody had a problem with Yaser Said except for Patricia Owens.
Objection, Your Honor, this photo was not in evidence. Objection also to her continuing after her time.
Sustained.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only decision that you can make in this case is basically a not guilty, because it's you that holds up this Constitution and you that tells Dallas County, the FBI, and the Irving Police to do proper investigations before they waste millions of dollars of taxpayers' time, dollars.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
everything.
again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel?
May I proceed, Your Honor? There's approximately 15 minutes remaining on our time for closing. Is that correct?
I would say you have about 25 minutes.
Thank you.
for county, right?
May I proceed?
You may.
Members of the jury, Bahram has done a wonderful job going through all the areas of doubt in this case. Many of the inconsistencies, I would have gladly conceded the rest of my time or any of my time for her to be able to finish what she was walking through here, because I think it's important, and I think she's done a wonderful job illustrating the problems in the state's case. You know, in their first closing arguments, they're going to get up and they're going to get the last word. So the prosecutor's going to have the final word on all this to come and clean up their case. But when they first got up, they said this is simple, that it's not difficult. And I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think this is one of the most difficult cases that you can do, that can be presented to a jury. It's been very, very difficult. It's been frustrating to look at what Irving Police Department did, what Louisville Police Department did, what the federal government did. And, you know, they said that it is insulting to the memory of Amina and Sarah. But I would submit to you that the case that they have presented to you, that the quality of work of the Irving Police Department and the quality of work from the Louisville Police Department, the quality of work, the allocation of resources designated by the federal government, that the case that this district attorney's office has presented to you is insulting to the memories of Amina and Sarah. We all want justice. We all do. We all want justice for Amina, and we all want justice for Sarah. We want to respect the lives that they lived and the lives that they lost. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, justice is not convicting an innocent man, their father, of a crime that he did not commit. Justice is holding the state accountable for their actions from day one until today. Justice would have been Irving Police Department doing their job. Bahram's right. Misdemeanor cases produce more evidence related to the facts of a case than what Irving Police Department has produced here. Justice is holding them to their burden and making them prove beyond a reasonable doubt their case. And I want to get to the burden here in a moment and what beyond a reasonable doubt means, but the instructions from this court that you'll have back there with you and this jury charge state specifically, the state must exclude all reasonable doubt about a person's guilt. If the state fails to meet this burden, you must acquit the defendant. So what is reasonable doubt? You know, my colleagues in the defense bar, opposing counsel, we sometimes get lost in it. We get lost in trying to define it, to conceptualize it. We may use bar graphs or pie charts or percentages. But by law, there is no definition of reasonable doubt. And there's a reason for that. Because you 12 jurors and the 3 alternates, you are reasonable people. So by definition, by default, any doubt that you have is per se reasonable. And don't let the state try and explain that away or minimize your concerns in this case or minimize your questions. You are the most powerful people in this courtroom. You decide what justice is. You decide what doubt is. And it's different for everyone, which is also why there's no definition. For some of us, people like me, it's emotional, it's visceral. For others, it may be spiritual, it may be philosophical, it may be intellectual. But they give you that power for you to decide what your doubt is. It can be a lot, it can be that little tiny tug in your heart, that pinch that tells you something just ain't right here. Something is wrong with what is going on here today. We don't have what we need. They have failed to meet their burden. Because beyond a reasonable doubt, I mean, yes, it's the highest burden in our land. But they're asking you to take a third life here today. They're asking you to take Yaser, based on this case and this investigation and all of the insanity that they put forward today, the behavior of these testifying witnesses, law enforcement, they want you to use that convict a man of capital murder and put him in prison for life without parole. I think the other important thing about beyond a reasonable doubt and the burden that has not yet been touched upon, doubt in this setting, in this courtroom, it is not a passive concept. We do not wait for doubt to find us. To expect the defendant, just like prosecutors said in their closing arguments, to expect us to present you with doubt is not only inappropriate, it is unlawful. It is their burden to answer the questions. It is their burden to establish the credibility. It is their burden to clear up the inconsistencies. And because of that, doubt and the pursuit of reasonable doubt is an active participation. We seek it out. We look for it. We don't give these officers credibility because they take the stand. They start with zero credibility, and it is their job to build the credibility of that testimony. It is their job to build the credibility of these absurd extraneous offenses. And I want to touch on the extraneous offenses for a second. Y'all saw me fight with everything I had to keep this stuff out. And I kept referencing that there's a time and a place and a procedure and a way to do this. And I want to be clear, I am not conceding one of those allegations. I don't believe a word of one of those allegations. Yaser did not do any of those extraneous offenses. My frustration and my anger is that they were trying to cheat the system to get it in. That they wanted to lob it out there.
Counsel testifying, Your Honor.
The jury will recall the testimony and the evidence. Argument of counsel is not evidence.
By their own arguments. They said, we don't want to get into the details of it, we just want to mention it. We just want to drop it out there to try and inflame you, to prejudice you, to get you to believe in something that their colleagues in other district attorneys' offices rejected outright. Now again, Bahrain's done a masterful job going back through all of this case. I'm not going to go back through all of it, but there's a couple things I wanted to add it to. On the 911 call that they have made such a big deal about. It's interesting that they use hearsay statements from Patricia through a different testifying officer to identify the caller as Sarah. Right? That's how they were able to get that in. They didn't ask Patricia outright while she testified about the call. Not who made the call. That was something they tried to clean up later on. But they did ask her what it said. And she testified. Not that it says, my dad. She used an entirely different word. Bubba. Which in her mind meant some Arabic translation or slang forefather. But the critical piece of information here is she heard an entirely different word than every law enforcement officer who got up there and testified. So you have Patricia, the mother of the child who has been murdered, who refuses to adhere to their narrative. The closed captioning that they put up on their 911 call that one of their interns probably typed on there. And the 911 dispatcher. That poor guy. I mean, I know that he did not do a good job that night. And I know he had a hard time with testimony. But that is the single most important 911 call that man has ever received. If you think about what he has been through over the past 14 years, all the media, every time they played, all the documentaries, whatever, and he's on every one of those. How many times do you think he has laid in bed at night thinking and recalling back that phone call? And then after going through it 3 times, you heard it, the state made an opportunity to play it 3 times with their closed captioning up there telling you what they wanted to say. And after that, that 911 dispatcher who was live in that moment, taking the call, not listening to a recording, trying to figure out how to save this girl's life, refused to testify to the narrative that they were trying to push. I heard she say she was dying. But he refused to testify that she heard the words, my dad. He refused to testify to that. So the mother of the young lady who's murdered and the man who was there in the moment both refused to testify to what that 911 call said, what they want you to believe. But guess who did? Every one of those law enforcement officers. We've touched on the quality of the investigation. I'm not going to rehash that. But think about this. Think about the careers that were made on this case. Almost every single federal agent was promoted to a supervisor position. Hazards living the life down in Mexico right now. Detective Shingle is currently employed as an investigator for this district attorney's office. That man who provided those answers and that level of investigation is now employed by this office full-time as one of their primary investigators. So yeah, they need you to hear what they want it to be. Because careers were built on that call, careers were lost on that call, that 911 caller, the dispatcher. If you reject their narrative, then this case that has been arguably the biggest case that any of these other officers have ever participated in is a lie, built on the same lie, same level of lie as Edgar's lie. I don't know what happened to the girls in the cab that night, but it is absurd. And my visceral anger and frustration when me and Detective Shingle got into it, I mean, I'm getting angry right now thinking about it. Because I got two boys. They'll be 17 and 18 someday. And God forbid anything ever happened to them. If this is how they handle something that happens to my boys, if this is how they value human life.
I'm going to object to this line of closing argument, Your Honor. He's going into his personal opinions as well as counsel testimony. That's not an evidence.
The jury will recall the evidence in the testimony in this case. Argument of counsel is not evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're right. Opposing counsel was correct. This is insulting to the memory of Amina and Sarah. They are disrespecting that memory. Irving PD disrespected their memory. Louisville PD disrespected their memory. And the federal government spent over a decade not going back and doing the work that would allow us to find justice for Amina and Sarah. And that's not your fault. It is not your fault that Irving Police Department failed. It is not your fault that the federal government failed. It is not your fault that this district attorney's office has failed. But you do have the power to hold them accountable. One thing, to recap, not recap, but to add to what Bahram said earlier about Edgar. To me, there's two things in addition to what she said that really stand out. Edgar and Eric live in Louisville, not Irving. 2.5 hours after these girls call 911, when they get a call from an unidentified friend who they still refuse to identify. They don't go to Louisville Police Department. They don't go to their local neighborhood cops. They go to the police department that would be investigating the murders. How do they know to go to Irving? Who is this friend? And I think the most heartbreaking part about this, and Bahram touched on this as well, as Patricia and Islam are finding out the truth of what happened that night, or finding about what happened to their family members, to Amina and Sarah. As Islam is identifying Eric and Edgar as potential suspects, Detective Shingle's walking them out of the police department. They're in the same building, at the same time, being identified as suspects. But Shingle thinks they're credible, so he just walks them right out the door. And then none of them follow up. You heard Edgar testify. He spoke to law enforcement once, and he spoke to the media 3 times. Law enforcement never followed up, not at the federal level, not at the state level, not at the local level, and it is an epic failure in this case. So what do we know? You know, there are massive holes in the state's story here. They want to lie about stuff about trajectory, but then not explain it. They want to lie about timelines, but then not explain it. They are improperly and unfairly asking you to take all of these disconnected concepts and for you to fill in the gaps for them. But what do we know? Yaser wasn't crazy when he thought people were following. Edgar testified he was following him. That is real. Edgar testified that they got close enough to be able to see the emotions of the people in that cab. So yeah, Yaser was feeling the pressure of somebody following him, and not just at a distance, but on them. One of the other questions I have is, through Detective Shingle, the statements that were made that night, Edgar says that he exits the 635 and that he sees Yaser take the 114. That is impossible. It is impossible. The only way he could have known that is if he continued to follow Yaser that night. And it's convenient that 114 is also what leads to the bodies, what leads to Sarah and Amina. So he knew where they went and where they ended up. But he lied to law enforcement, and law enforcement let this run for 14 years. A lie that literally changed on the eve of trial. And they just, no big deal. Let's just roll with it. Let's just throw this type of investigation and this kind of evidence at this jury and hope that we can inflame their hearts to get them, throw all these false accusations out, to see if we can get them to hate Yaser for things he didn't do. You know, they danced around the cultural part of this. They did a great job not coming off the way that this case can come off for most of the trial. But then the quiet part got played out loud. You heard Henning laughing at the names of the individuals that were involved, mocking the names and the people, giggling about it with the DAs, kind of joking about how the names are hard to say. Everybody remembers Jihad, but you know, what about these other ones? I don't know. And then that compounded and ended with this district attorney's office cross-examination of Yaser. And that moment, to me, encapsulates so much of the cultural element in this. That when Yaser subjects himself to your mercy for him to finally tell his story, he is instructed by this judge to use his native tongue. And then he is mocked and ridiculed, and his credibility is attacked because he's doing exactly what the judge asked him to do. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we know, based on that testimony, that Yaser was being followed that night. That's been confirmed. That he went to a cab stand, but his people weren't there. Maybe not the best cab stand, but it's the one, based on the testimony we heard, that the most people that he worked with would have been at. We also heard that the cabs were running thin that night, that the hotel manager said that his cab line was unusually thin because on that night in Dallas, the cabs were in such high demand that when they would normally be centrally located, they were spread out all over the Metroplex. So again, their witness supports his testimony. And if they're not at where they're supposed to be, there are, what other cab stands can he go to? And in that moment, being followed intensely by Edgar, he makes a decision. So I'm going to go to some place, the dark parking lot near the Irving Convention Center, where there should be surveillance. Amina knows how to drive. Sarah's there with her. I'm going to get out and go on foot. If there's a threat, the threat will follow me. If there's not a threat, you girls have the car to go home. Not a great plan, but it's honest. And he was doing the best he could in that situation, under that stress. So he gets out and takes off on foot and believes that his daughters are safe. Continues on throughout the night on foot until he begins to hear of the news and hear what happens. and he decides not to turn himself in. You heard Yaser testify that if he could go back and change the decision that he made that night, if he could go back and stay with those girls, without doubt he would. He knows that it was the bad call in that moment. He understands that, but that doesn't make him a murderer. And he testified, he looked at Joel in the eye and told Joel, I did not kill my daughters. I did not kill my daughters. I did not kill my daughters. I love them. I love them. I love them. I did not kill them. He didn't have to get up there and do that. Their case was full of holes. At no point have they ever come close to meeting their burden in this case. But after being silenced for 14 years, he wanted to tell the story for the first time. He was afraid that he wouldn't get a fair trial. I think that despite all of this, you all are the equalizers. I don't think it's been fair from the get-go on the state side. But you have the power, you have the authority. Yaser loved his daughters. He may not have been the best dad in the world, but he loved his daughters. He may have made mistakes as a father, but he loved his daughters. And Yaser did not kill his daughters that night. And because he did not kill his daughters, we would ask that you find him not guilty after you're done with your deliberations. Thank you very much.
State,
Your Honor, how much time do I have remaining?
let's see, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You need this one?
There's a few things that we need to get straight here. Defense counsel has made this case about race and religion from the jump. I wrote down, we are more worried about the Muslim than the murderers. That came from this side. This whole narrative about it being a cultural issue and the government being racist and chasing after this man because he's Arabic and Muslim came from this side. You never heard those words ever come from out of any one of our mouths.
That's not true.
That's
Your Honor.
their narrative.
The FBI agent said they made a mistake.
Do you have an objection?
That's not true. They made a mistake and labeled it honor killing.
Thank you.
As stated,
Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, the argument of counsel is not evidence. You will recall the testimony and the evidence that came from the witness stand. You may
Thank you,
proceed.
Your Honor. As I stated, you never heard it come from my mouth, co-counsel here, co-counsel there, or co-counsel there. They want to create that narrative for you because it's convenient for them. So let me make it clear so that they understand, Yaser Said understands, okay? If you intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another in Dallas County, we are coming for you, period. You will be prosecuted, period. It has nothing to do with your race or religion. Something else that we obviously need to go over is right to subpoena power. The defense has every absolute right to call whoever they want to call.
Your Honor, I want to
in here.
object to flipping the burden. This is again trying to argue that we have some responsibility to prove our case. In this instance, she's trying to tell the jury that we have the right to subpoena whoever we wanted to prove our case. And it's inappropriate, and we would object to flipping the burden, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you will remember that the burden of proof rests on the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. You may
Thank you, Your
proceed.
Honor. Thank you. That's the law. The burden always rests with the state. As I told you in opening, we greatly accept that responsibility. And we've proven our case. But the law is they have equal subpoena power. Just like you heard from Ms. Mitchell and Vordaer in jury selection. If they want to go and subpoena records, they can. If they want to bring someone to testify, they can. And they did. The defendant testified. He waived his Fifth Amendment right to testify. That means he was subject to cross-examination by me. That means I get to attack his credibility. So they can sit up here and say all day that we cannot call him a liar, but he is. That didn't make any sense, and you know it. He wants to tell you that he was so scared for his life that he left his girls, the girls who he never let do anything, who he never let out of his sight, left them in the car with his 9mm handgun that he keeps for protection, left his phone. What if he has an emergency? If he's so scared, doesn't he need to call 911? And he runs in the wooded area, telling them to take the cab. The cab is yours. Another interesting piece, do you all remember how the car was found in the Omni cab line with no keys in the ignition? What happened to the keys? Story not matching up. Then he says he walks to the Waffle House. He didn't have a plan, but he just thought that somebody would pick him up. I asked him, where else did you go? He evaded. They want to say he looked you in your eye when he responded to the questions. He never looked you in the eye. He couldn't even answer if he loved his daughters. He told you to review tapes that are not even admitted into evidence. This story that he's concocting, this story of how he thinks these events happened, are not true. Remember, the charge says that we must prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. They can throw whatever they want up on the wall, see if it sticks. You have to say, is it reasonable? Is it reasonable for you to believe that because the taxi cab wasn't fingerprinted, a taxi cab that Yaser Said borrowed, a taxi cab that previously belonged to Jahid Tafal, a taxi cab that has many people going in and out of it, that is it reasonable because it wasn't fingerprinted, he's not guilty? That's what they want you to believe? They want you to believe that Edgar and Eric committed this crime? The two boyfriends that were willing to drop out of school, that were willing to defy their parents, that were willing to start new with Amina and Sarah to help them, to help the girlfriends that they loved, that they committed these murders and not the abusive father? Is that reasonable for you to believe? That's the test. That's the standard. Not just anything that they throw up at you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all signs always pointed to Yaser Said, period. He was last in possession of the cab with the girls. He admitted to that. 14 years later, he still puts himself at the crime with the girls. Last seen with them. He admits that he was going to take them out to go eat. Okay? He admits to having a gun in that car. Patricia and Islam are at home. They said that Yaser had the girls. Why are they the suspects? Why do they need to, what about them leads you to believe it wasn't Yaser? And let's just remember who all has made themselves available 14 years after the fact to come in here and testify. Who is available? Edgar, Eric, Patricia, who has been in hiding for 12 years because of harsh media coverage. Who turned off their phone after Sarah called her 911 call and never popped up, never showed up at the funeral, never said this is my side of the story? Yaser Said. All signs always pointed to Yaser Said. And we have an eyewitness to the crime. Sarah Said tells you who her killer is.
What's going on, man? I'm dying at work. Okay, let me transfer you one, please. We're getting them. Sorry, hold on, okay. Hold on 1 second, okay?
Oh my God, not again. Stop it, stop it. My dad just shot me. That's your eyewitness right there. She's telling you. She's screaming out from the grave right now. He's here, he did it. Which horse is defense gonna ride? Is it auditory or visual hallucinations, or is it not Sarah? Because I can't keep up. They need to decide. 1 minute,
Objection, Your Honor, flipping the burden. It is not our job. It is the jury's determination of what is credible. But she keeps trying to say that it's our job to prove this, prove that, and it is inappropriate closing argument, Your Honor.
The jury will remember the evidence and the testimony in this case. Argument of counsel is not evidence, and the burden of proof remains on the state throughout the trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once again, the defense does not have to prove anything, but believe me, if they make any arguments, if they put somebody on the stand, it must be credible. You have to gauge that credibility just as you would our witnesses. And you've heard evidence from this side, an argument from this side, that Sarah was having auditory and visual hallucinations, and now you're hearing it's not Sarah. That's what you've heard. We set you up a very tight timeline. Ms. Hawkins came and testified. You didn't hear from 100 emails from Ms. Hawkins. You heard from one because it's relevant to the timeline. The girls ran on December 25th. December 21st, Amina tells you why she's running, tells you why she's so scared, right? And State's Exhibit 7. My dad began checking phone records, and he took my sister to the room. And he specifically threatened to hurt her very badly if she didn't tell me what was going on. When we were younger, he used to do things, and he's starting to hinting at doing them again. Look, I could go on forever. He has simply made our lives a nightmare. He's one man, not God. Someone should be able to stop him. He can't torment us this way. He shouldn't. Anyways, we are running away. Hopefully before the break ends. I know that he will search till he finds us, and he will, without any drama or doubt, kill us. I am worried for my mother, but she would tell him out of fear. We can't bring her, and I can only hope she doesn't get hurt. We love you, Mrs. Hopkins. That tells you the story right there about that dysfunctional home. They want to talk about Patricia Owens, folks. You don't have to agree with the way Patricia Owens handled things, but there are a few things that you do know about that dynamic of that household. You do know that Yaser Said was 29 years old when he married a 15-year-old girl, and that he had 3 children with her by the time she was 18 or 19, practically raising her. That he manipulated and controlled that household to where she did exactly what he wanted her to do. She left, she tried to be protective, but he knew that he could get her to always come back. And she did. You hear from this letter that the girls know that she can be manipulated. But as Edgar testified, he said, take your mother with you. And they did. And Yaser called, and he called, and he called like he always had done in the past. He told her he would be better. He told her things would change. And she believed him. And they came home. That's all before you. So defense wants to say we have one video and one email. There's over 250 pieces of evidence that's been admitted for you during this 4.5-day trial of testimony. We brought you almost 30 witnesses. Witnesses that I will say are retired. So yes, they may be in Mexico, as defense counsel stated. They're retired and they came in here to tell you the story because it's that important to them. It's that important to bring all those officers. It's that important for you to know the truth of what happened to Sarah and Amina Said. All signs point to Yaser
They were
Said.
subpoenaed to be here by the state.
Do you have an objection,
That
Mr.
is an
Lawler?
objection.
Your objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. All signs point to Yaser Said. No one else. No one else. The defendant is not in control. I stated in my opening that he is centered, his life is centered on having control. He controlled his household. You know he controlled Patricia, and you know he controlled these girls, Amina and Sarah Said. He controlled everything about his household. And when things were getting bad, when his behavior was escalating, he threatened Amina with a gun, these girls were on the run because they didn't want to be controlled. They wanted to have their own lives. And he saw that he lost that control. He was not going to be able to deal with that. He was not going to be able to deal with that. So he took their lives. He did it. He's the murderer. No one else. "12 years on the run, 12 years without being apprehended. He controlled that too. Plenty of times he could have came out. The boys showed up at the police station. Yaser Said never, ever came out and said his side of the story. That fleeing is consciousness of guilt. He ran because he knew he was guilty. And I asked him during cross-examination, would you have remained hidden today? His response was yes, because he was praying and he was hoping that we would forget, that we would all forget about Amina and Sarah Said, that you would forget. That's what he was hoping for. He's been trying to control this whole situation, trying to control him not being convicted of this crime. And guess what? His time is up. Tell him with your verdict, time's up. Find him guilty. I asked you for a swift and quick verdict of guilty. Please, these girls have been waiting 14 years for justice. I ask you to return a verdict of guilty for capital murder.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have all the evidence. You have the argument of counsel, and you have the court's charge that will guide you during your deliberations. We're going to send you to the jury room and stay in recess until you reach a verdict.
All right.
Okay, and further, still on the record, ladies and gentlemen, you are not to begin your deliberations until all 12 of you are present. If you need to take a break, let the bailiff know by pushing the red button. During lunchtime, the bailiff will announce to you when it's lunch, okay? Thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor, so that the record is clear, are the alternates going to be kept in a separate room away from the juror?
Yes, I gave that instruction earlier. So
Thank you.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may the defendant have a break?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor.
this way.
Okay, Rebecca.
Well, the jury got the case at about 10:51. That's when closing arguments finished, and they went back to begin deliberations. Now, they were going to take a break and all that, so I suspect that they probably haven't started deliberating yet, but probably will soon.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. You know, the defense tack seems to be to attack the investigation, right? I guess when you have nothing, that's what you do. And of course, the burden does rest with the prosecution.
It does.
But Yaser told the most nonsensical story I have ever heard in my entire life. You had 14 years to come up with a story, and that's the best you could do.
Well, and we didn't get a chance to talk about his testimony yesterday afternoon. But I mean, really, you're going to believe that he basically was so afraid. He leaves his gun, he leaves his phone, and he goes into a wooded area and goes to a Waffle House, hoping that somebody will help him. He's the last person that saw them. He was driving the vehicle, and his daughters were found in. So, I mean, it's reasonable. You know, what the defense is trying to do is any doubt that maybe somebody botched this investigation. They're trying to get to that one juror that might have questions about why wasn't there any physical evidence, where were the surveillance cameras. Now, I want to say something about the surveillance, because the defense kept saying this in closing arguments and throughout the trial. They didn't have recordings. Why didn't they have recordings? Even to this day, TxDOT recordings they're not recorded. They're live cameras. There's no way to go back and look at video in those areas. And as we know, back then, surveillance cameras weren't as readily available as they are now, when everybody has a Ring camera, everybody has a phone. That wasn't the case in 2008. So I think that's a little bit disingenuous.
Yeah, because 14 years ago, it was a little bit different era. And, you know, and I think that, again, they're just, I know what I was going to say. I do think that the police, and out of an abundance of caution, should have done these things. You should have taken written statements from Eric and Edgar.
Yes.
You should have gone ahead and done the gun residue. You should have gone ahead and fingerprinted the car. I'm sorry. Yeah. I think this is a textbook case of kind of leaving open some things that you didn't have to leave open.
Right.
Now, does that mean he's not going to get convicted? I don't think so.
Well, but you're right. They should have done some of that, especially the now we know that, you know, the DNA. They did go back into the DNA, but later on, not on the vehicle or anything they found in the car.
I think these are things you check the box and you go ahead and do.
Yeah.
And that I think those were mistakes. But are they like deal killers? No, I'm sorry. One of the things that Lauren Black pointed out, she was the lead prosecutor, pointed out was, so the defense either wants you to believe that Sarah didn't make the 911 call, or she's having an auditory
which is
hallucination on the call she didn't make.
Right.
So which one would you like to make?
And then Amina's letter, I think, was very powerful, because she basically says this is what's going to happen. My dad may kill us. We are afraid, and we are afraid for our mom. And for them to get up there, and yes, a lot of people are unhappy with some of Patricia's actions, but as the prosecution, you know, has continued to say, she was a 15-year-old child bride who was controlled and manipulated allegedly by Yaser Said and abused. And as we know, domestic violence victims often leave their abusers and come back many times. On average, 8 times is how much, if you look at statistics, how often abused women go back out of fear. And so I thought that the prosecution sort of cleaned a little bit of that up in their closing argument, saying, look, she was a child bride and he had control of that household. He was much older and he ruled. And when he lost control, when they left, that's what really ticked him off.
Well, and we know this from having covered domestic violence situations, that when an abuser is losing control, when they think you're going to leave, when you do leave, that is the most dangerous moment. That's the most likely time that you can get killed or be seriously injured. You know that we've covered it a million times in our careers.
I do wonder why the prosecution didn't play the tape for Patricia, because when they played it in court, I don't know if y'all were able to see this, but when they played it in court, Patricia started crying when she with the 911 tape, when she hears her daughter. I thought they should have played it for her on the stand, so she could have said, yes, that is Sarah, and they left that open. That was a
missed opportunity.
And they didn't play it for Said to get his reaction
when his daughter is naming him as the killer. So I don't understand why the prosecution didn't play it yesterday in cross-examination of Yaser Said. I think the more that the jury hears that tape, I think the better it is for the prosecution. And they had 2 opportunities that they missed to play that 911 call.
Okay, let's answer some questions here. Somebody keeps asking, why weren't the home videos played?
I wondered that too, because he opened the door.
When he started talking about it, I was like, well, let's play some home videos.
Because the home videos, if you
They're
go back,
creepy.
they're creepy. He's zooming in on their body parts. He's like, ooh, look at those legs. Look at their, it was just very creepy. And then the one video that's very disturbing is he's following, I believe it's Amina is working and Sarah is in the car with him. And there's a video and he is looking at the girls and he's taping them and he says, I don't know what's going off here. Oh, okay, that's what we were hearing. So there's the video. Basically, he's zooming in, and Amina is talking to a customer where she's working, and he's like, "Why is she talking to that person?" And Sarah says, well, Dad, that's why, she has to do it. It's her job. Because, she's in trouble when she gets home. They should have played those videos for the jury so they could see that he was very upset. She was even talking to a customer. It would have gone to the whole control. There are a lot of videos that are very disturbing that they should have played, I think.
But I agree. When he gets on the stand and he starts talking about the videos and that those videos show how much I love my daughters, the door was open.
The door was open.
And I don't know why they didn't do it. And I agree with Rebecca that 911 call, that should have been played for the jury. Every single opportunity that they could play it. I don't, because I know for myself, every time I hear that call, I get upset.
Yeah, I do too. And see, I don't know, like somebody just brought this up. I mean, it could have been that the judge did not allow the videos in, but once he opened the door, they could have had those videos
They could have tried.
They could have tried.
And I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's kind of it's interesting, but I think ultimately, I mean, if somebody asks if we think there's going to be a hung jury, I mean, look, we've seen that happen. It happened in the Billy Shamir case in the first trial with one juror. Sorry, I'm looking at my phone.
I covered the Billy Shamir trial. Have been on that case also from the very beginning, and I will tell you, I figured they would come out within 30 minutes in the case of a serial killer who they have video of, and they show him stalking his victims. They have the jewelry in his possession after the women are found, and yet there was that one juror that couldn't get past that this was all circumstantial evidence. They couldn't tie him through DNA either to that case. And it was clear Billy Shamir was a serial killer that murdered a lot of elderly women, yet there was that one juror that could not get past the circumstantial evidence and hung the jury. That was shocking to me. Luckily, they tried him again and he got convicted very quickly. I mean, I think they were probably deliberated like 15 minutes because honestly, if you look at the evidence, that's all it should have taken to convict Billy Shamir. But it does happen.
Somebody's asking, is the jury in deliberations? Yes, they are. The closings wrapped up around, what time did they wrap up? I don't know, like not long ago, like maybe 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So they'll probably take a break for lunch around 12 or 12:30. It's hard to say, but I'll be honest with you, I would almost be expecting a verdict shortly after lunch.
I would too. I feel like they'll have lunch and then probably come out very quickly. One of the other things that I found interesting, and I thought the prosecution did a really good job, is like, look, he says, the media coverage was harsh, that's why I never came forward, but he's saying that I'm being persecuted, so I know, it's your fault, you're so mean. But look, here's the thing, I mean, why didn't he come forward before and say, look, I'm not guilty? I mean, the 2 boys went to the police station and gave their statements. Where was he? And like, I was hiding because I was afraid. You hid for 12 years, and to this day he says he would still be hidden. So that doesn't make sense either. I mean, the one guy who last sees his daughters killed, and you would want to go to their funeral. If you say you love them so much, if you say you're innocent, why wouldn't you go to the funerals and be there with your son who loved his sisters?
Let's see.
Doesn't make sense.
Somebody's asking about forensic evidence. There was forensic evidence. It's just that there's not like I think people watch too much CSI, and they expect
Yeah.
CSI stuff, And,
Well, and look, his DNA and his fingerprints are going to be in the car because he even says, "I've driven the car."
He acknowledges
So
being
there's
in
no
the car.
reason. I mean, I agree they probably should have fingerprinted the car, but at the end of the day, it's still going to find his DNA in there, and it's still going to find his fingerprints because he was in the car and he admits he was in the taxi. So,
and he admits it's his gun.
He admits his gun, which by the way was never found. So where's the gun that you left behind supposedly? And the keys are missing from the taxi. Who took the keys? Edgar and Eric. I mean, if you want to believe his side of the story,
yeah,
it's just ludicrous. It's. I was flabbergasted when I listened to his testimony.
Again, you had 14 years, and that's the best you could do. Let's see. There are people asking again about the death penalty. Folks, the DA's office opted not to go for the death penalty, and Has this DA gone for the death penalty at all? I
don't think so, because he did not go for the death penalty in the Billy Shamir case, which I will say the family in that case, a lot of the families, they wanted Billy Shamir sentenced to death. And so they were very upset that the DA did not go. They did not feel like there was justice in that case.
His general position has been that it's...
he's going to die in prison anyway.
Yeah, that's his general position, and that takes years and years to fight these, to get through the appellate process, and then it costs, a lot of money. I think it's well over $1 million to fight.
I mean, the last death penalty case that I can recall that I covered that was high profile would have been the Brenda Delgado in the Kendra. Oh my goodness, the victim, the Dennis case, and so that case. The shooter, the hitman, did get the death penalty, but I feel like that was tried under Faith Johnson.
I think it was too, but I can't remember. They also so Ken is bringing back up that they matched the caliber and brands of the bullets recovered in those in the ammo case at Yaser's home.
Well, they said that the calibers matched some of the casings that were found in the taxi.
Right.
But, ballistically, did they actually, I don't know how they do that. I mean, there's obviously NIBIN, but do you know the answer to that? And I've covered cops a long time, but can they take that casing and actually lead back to the batch of bullets that they have in the, I don't know the answer to that.
I feel like this came up in the Eric Williams case. The guy...
No. Huh? Yeah, not without the gun.
You have to have the gun, right? Because they have to have the markings on.
Yeah, after it's shot. But can they? Are there batches of bullets? Do they have numbers or serial numbers? I don't know. I don't.
Well, and he's admitting that he left the gun in the car.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. Let's see what Nick's gonna. Oh, Nick's just texting me that we don't have a shot from the courtroom right now.
Oh yeah, well, I think the judge requested bars, so that's why you heard this loud beep a little while ago. So the judge is requesting that there be bars up until they get ready to come in for a verdict. Although I like watching the little red light, so to see if the jury has a question. I mean, typically we're all focused on that red light. Does the jury have a question? Do they have a verdict? And that's how we know.
Say folks want to know the name of the dark-haired prosecutor. That's Lauren Black.
Mm-hmm.
She's the lead prosecutor. You're right. She has done a phenomenal job, and she's been great. Right, and folks pointing out that Patricia was in the back of the courtroom. We saw her obviously getting emotional. Okay,
I'm sorry, but somebody did ask, okay, why did he take the keys from the cab if he was letting them drive away?
Well, he doesn't say he took the keys.
Yeah.
I mean,
But if he's leaving the car for them
because
to go.
remember, according to him, he never went to the Omni.
Right. But he left the car for them to drive, so where are the keys?
Okay, so somebody's asking if the feds will go after Yaser's brothers. Well, one of his brothers is in federal prison. Yasin got
he got 12
years, and
then his son got 10.
His son got 10.
And I feel like the reason they were able to prove that case is obviously having them on videotape, actually going and taking him food into the house where he was hiding, and we was ultimately arrested. That's why they were able to prove that. So I feel like they're done with any prosecution of anyone else. I mean, had on cross-examination, Said said yes. I had help from
one of the other relatives.
But they asked him who picked you up at the Omni.
He very pointedly would not the Omni, the Waffle House, and it's not funny, but the moment when Lauren Black says, "So you were at the Waffle House
for 20 years?"
20 years,
yeah.
Well, even though it hasn't really
everybody
since August 2020. I mean, it was that moment because Well, and the reason he obviously didn't want to talk about what he was doing during that 12 years is because he is facing federal flight charges.
Yeah.
So although that's going to pale in comparison to what's going to happen here.
Well, and he doesn't want to
Or likely to
incriminate
happen
the
here.
rest of his family, who clearly his family knew where he was. They found other evidence. I think one of his other brother's driver's license in the Bedford apartment where he was almost arrested 3 years prior, back in 2017, prior to when he was arrested, later on in Justin. So, he didn't want to incriminate. And in fact, the defense tried to keep him from testifying about him being hidden or hiding because they didn't want him to incriminate himself on the federal charges. But look, you're going to get up there and you're going to answer questions. That's part of the prosecution's cases, because she said it's consciousness of guilt when you flee. Like, if you were innocent, why did you leave? Why wouldn't you defend your name?
Some of these comments are just it amazes me that folks really will stick around and watch this. It just shows the incredible interest in this trial and this case. And I think we should probably recap where we're at. So right now the jury is out for deliberations. We've been through 6 days of this trial. We heard from the boyfriends describing how fearful the girls were. The teacher, the letter that Amina wrote. That letter
is gut wrenching. Where she's like, "He is not God. Can't somebody stop him?" I mean, she's crying out for help, and Amina cried out for help, not just to her, but we've also interviewed Ruth Trotter. Now, they did not call Ruth Trotter to the stand. That was Amina's ex-boyfriend's mom, but Ruth Trotter has told us in multiple interviews that Amina was fearful of Yaser, and that he was controlling and jealous, and she feared him, and she wanted to leave. We've heard that from other people. And in fact, Joseph says it too in some interviews. Now, I never interviewed Joseph, but there was a documentary where he very clearly outlines that Amina was in fear of her father. So there is not just, the defense is trying to say, oh, it was just Patricia that's saying that, and oh, you're relying on one letter. Well, no, there are other people in these girls' lives that also knew that they were in fear of him.
It's interesting. Somebody's asking if we feel sorry for Patricia. My feelings about Patricia are very complicated, I think is the best way for me to describe it. Again, I've said it before, it is hard. Hindsight's 20/20. It's hard for me to understand that those final decisions she makes. But also I have covered, just like Rebecca, I've covered a lot of domestic violence over the years and seen how women do some incomprehensible things when they're so controlled and so abused. And so
domestic abusers, they prey on your vulnerabilities. Remember, again, child bride, 15 years old. She feels like, out of control of her own life. And even Amina in her letter says, I fear for my mom because he can manipulate her. She says that. So,
and that's effectively what happened, right? I mean, when you think about it, because Amina is in some ways also speaking out from the grave. She's saying that that mom can be manipulated, and she's worried about what's going to happen. But Edgar says you should bring your mom.
Yeah, you should go ahead and bring her. So yes, I mean, it is. I've struggled with it also because I'm like, how could you take your daughters and take them back and then have them go to dinner with this man that he's angry. He's angry because he's filed a police report looking for you, even though he knew that you were not in danger. He wants the police to go find you and bring you back. So, but at the same time, he also, as domestic violence abusers often will manipulate their victims by saying everything's going to be okay. I'm a changed man, which apparently he said, I will be better. The girls can do what they want.
But they don't get better.
But they don't get better. They don't get better without help. And if you believe what people have said about him, he is an abusive person, and he's obviously never gotten any counseling or any kind of help to help him, if he can reform him.
Let's see. Well, guys, we're going to wrap it up here because we've got to actually do the other parts of our job, which is the TV part. Let's see. Does anybody else have any other questions that we haven't answered before we wrap? Throw them in the chat. We'll give you.
The rest of Yaser family held so little value for Amina and Sarah that they hid him for 12 years knowing that he was wanted by the FBI.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people feel that way, like where was the rest of the family? But again, and if you believe what Sarah and Amina and others have said in the past, that his brother Yasin, who is now in prison for harboring him, was just as controlling and manipulative, and also talked to the girls and told them, come back, everything will be better. Yasin also played a role in having those girls come back. So they were very complicit in what happened in this household and in the role of them coming back.
Let me ask you, so folks are asking about the jury makeup.
I want to say it's 7 women and 5 men, and it's racially.
I thought it was the flip side of that.
When I counted, well, maybe. I briefly went in there and I didn't count them. I was sitting kind of in an area where
was there any reaction from the jury during?
There was one lady. She was sitting very straight up and listening to every word that both the defense and the prosecution said. But pretty much everybody was kind of laid back and very I couldn't really read the jury on this case. But it is a racially mixed jury, I will say that, and both men and women, young and old.
I thought it was also powerful to hear a black female prosecutor say, hey, this is not about race.
Yeah.
This is about murder.
And we didn't say it. They said it.
Yeah,
they're the ones that said, how did they say it? You care more about the Muslim than the murder. That did not come from the prosecutors. That came from the defense.
An opening statement.
It was an opening statement from the defense. Now, clearly, we know that, there has been, hate against the Muslim community, and we do not want to downplay that, because there were in Albuquerque, there's Muslims there's Muslim men that were killed, and there's
and we've seen plenty, think about Battaglia.
Yeah.
White guy kills his daughters, one of the most horrific. It actually happened. It was before my time. Did you cover that?
I was there when I actually covered his execution, and I covered that case. I actually interviewed John Battaglia, who also said, "Oh, everyone is out to get me." And the government has some sort of agenda to come and have me murdered inside the jail. And anyway, at the end of the day, when he was executed, he never apologized or said anything for killing his 2 little girls, shooting them both in the head while on the phone with their mom. But I will say this again, that as the prosecutor said, look, we know that there is sometimes, and there has been, a history of a hate against the Muslim community. But she says this is not the case. In this county, if you murder somebody, it is a murder, period.
End of
Pure
story.
and simple.
So someone's asking. So the questions are rolling by. Somebody's asking about what was the passports. There was, I believe it was Sarah's passport and Patricia's were found in the cab. If I recall.
And I remember hearing also that Yaser's American passport was also found in the cab. And then in the house after they raided it,
well,
found the Egyptian one, Yaser's Egyptian one in Justin.
Yeah, and
so he had 2 passports because he had dual citizenship.
Let's see. And then somebody kept asking a question about Joseph Moreno, about him not. Obviously the defense tried to throw a lot of stuff against the wall to see if that would stick. So while they brought up Joseph and they brought up Ruth Trotter, they never really.
Why didn't they call him? They had the same subpoena power.
They were under subpoena.
And they were under subpoena, so they could have just used that. And why, if you thought that there was some sort of motive from someone else because of Joseph's relationship with Amina, then why didn't you call Joseph and you called Ruth Trotter? Why didn't you do that? And why didn't you call any other? It is obviously the defense. It's not their job to prove this case. But at the same time, you called no other witnesses except Yaser Said, who told the craziest tale I've ever heard a defendant say on the stand.
And I've heard some crazy ones.
I've heard some crazy ones, but it's just not believable.
No, not believable at all. Let's see. Defense said they couldn't find divorce papers. They're divorced. She divorced him a year after now. There probably was a point along the way many years ago where I looked at it. Rebecca and I have covered this case off and on for years.
For
I mean, from the
years.
start. I mean, we were at the funerals together. With a day that really sticks in my mind, and that's why we both said to our bosses, we want to cover this trial.
And it was interesting because I've covered law enforcement for many, many years here, and law enforcement actually they had come to us and said they came to me and said, we think Yaser Said is in the area, and this was back right about at the beginning of 2018. I'm like, why do they think he's here? I'm like, it might be worth doing another story because we think that he is in the area and we need more tips. We think he's here. And I kept thinking, now we know that in 2017, a few months before he had been spotted at that Bedford apartment. So I did a story about the fact that they still thought he was in this area. We interviewed Ruth Trotter. We showed those videos. We said that he was a smoker. We said that he'd like to go to Denny's. And we did that story just a couple years before he was caught, because they knew that he was in this area. I find it fascinating. I still find it fascinating that he was right under their noses the whole time.
Somebody's asking about the federal charges. Well, what the feds will probably do is,
they won't.
They're not going to. I don't think. I mean, obviously, if he's convicted of capital murder, there's not any point in convicting him in federal court. They may just let the charges stand. I don't know how they'll do that exactly.
Well, and remember, in this case, I believe that it's only Sarah's case that is being tried. And typically in capital murder cases, they'll do that. They'll only try you on one murder, because if for some reason you get a hung jury or something happens, then you can come back and try them on the other one. And that does often happen in a capital murder case. I feel like it was just Sarah. I need to go back and listen to the jury charge, but I feel like they're only looking at Sarah's
That was a long
case.
jury charge.
It was
I feel
like
like you can just ask a prosecutor that.
Yeah, I'll just ask
That feels like a simple question.
But that happens when you have and like in Billy Shamir's case,
always
they tried him on one and not all 21 murders, because if something happens, they can come back and try him on another one.
And Laureen keeps asking, that's one of the questions I kept missing. Will Patricia be taking the stand? She testified on day two. So if you go back to the trial feed from day 2, you'll find her testimony. She testified that morning.
And somebody says here they could try him in federal court and sentence him to death. No, they can't. It's not it's not a federal murder. It is that what he is facing.
If he'd taken him across state lines, or there was something that but he didn't do that.
Yeah, and they're not going to try him on a murder charge. This was a state charge. It was not a federal murder charge. And for what he's facing in federal court, he could get 10, 15 years, exactly like Yasin and Islam God.
Somebody keeps asking about how many boyfriends Amina had. Well, look,
it doesn't matter.
It's irrelevant. It actually is irrelevant, and I got kind of ticked off when the defense kept asking about the girls having sexual relations.
Yeah, it's victim shaming. It's victim shaming, and that it ticks me off that people. I'm sorry, and not against the viewers, but it makes me mad. About it, but because at the end of the day, who cares? You're an 18-year-old girl, and you are in high school. People have multiple boyfriends in high school. I mean, it's not like, I get it.
It is what it is.
But it makes me mad because I feel like it's almost like asking, well, was the rape victim using a short skirt? I mean, to me, it's along the same lines. How many boyfriends would you have in sex? I think it is victim shaming.
I agree. Okay, we're going to wrap it up, folks, because we have to do the TV side of our jobs, and the other part of the job that will get us in trouble if we don't get it done. We're sorry we didn't come back at the end of the day yesterday. We will make every effort in the world to come back as soon as possible after the verdicts today. I'm assuming there's going to be a verdict today, because I would be.
Well, and the judge yesterday instructed them to bring to-go bags because they would be sequestered if they don't come up with a verdict. And I would be really surprised. But again, I was shocked after 4 days in Billy Shamir. The judge kept. In fact, the judge even did. When they read you have to go back in and continue to deliberate. It's called something charge.
It's an Allen charge.
An Allen charge. And the judge in that case said, keep going. And she read the Allen charge to them. And that's very, I was surprised when they didn't come back with a verdict. So you don't know what juries are going to do. They were clearly trying to play on the sympathy of of the jury, that one thing, like look in your heart. If you feel like they didn't prove, they didn't have forensics, they didn't have all of this, then you, even if you have a little mustard seed of doubt, don't convict him.
I know how I feel. So anyway, we'll wrap it up here. Appreciate it, guys, and we'll be back.
and colored diagrams.
That's an admitted exhibit.
Okay, so,
Sedgwick's report is an admitted exhibit.
okay. All right, so does either side have an objection to the court giving
No, Your Honor.
the evidence to the jurors?
Now, they specified that they wanted the 911 call without the subtitle.
Without the captions,
Okay,
so.
no objection.
All right, the court will prepare a response and send the evidence back to the jurors.
The admitted 911 call does have,
They've got two.
okay.
Okay, if there's nothing else, we're off the record.
Your Honor.
We'll submit this to the jury.
Yes. Yeah, sure. Yeah. It is.
Along with your letter. those-
Yes. Is Deputy Hart here?
Miss Patty?
Deputy Hart? Please take the response along with the items requested back to the jury room.
Well, Deputy Hart, Summer and I recommend all you do is plug this.
Just leave it plugged in and just pop, just hit it open, just like you would any other, don't unplug it. You don't even need to unplug it. Yeah, just leave it in, and then if they have any struggles, they can just re-plug it in. Okie dokie. That's the battery.
But she did say to plug that in to make sure the laptop stays.
Yeah, I don't know how long, if this is an old laptop, or how long this one stays alive, so if you want to keep it.
And they can use this, these forms for future questions. Ms. Holt?
Yes.
For the papers.
Would be excused for lunch.
Yes, let's be back at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, yes, sir.
Notes that I gave you. see that everybody is present, we're going to learn the jurors. Beverly, if you would line up the jurors. I don't know, maybe they've gone home.
All right.
Please be seated. All right, we're on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. And I'd like to ask the foreperson, has the jury arrived at a unanimous verdict?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Thank you. If the defendant will stand with his attorneys. In the state of Texas versus Yaser Said, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant Yaser Said guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Please raise your hand if that is your verdict. Thank you. The court will find that the verdict is unanimous. Does either side wish to further poll the jury at this time?
No, Your Honor.
State?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes your service as jurors in this case. On behalf of Dallas County, thank you so much for your participation. This was a very important duty that you carried out today. And so, since you found Mr. Said guilty, it now falls on the court, on me, to sentence him. So, as of right now, you are discharged. You are a regular member of the public. You can participate in the sentencing if you wish. You're free to discuss the case with each other and with anybody else. So at this point, we're going to release you. Thank you so much. All rise. You all may be seated.
I just let the court know that after sentencing, we do have two victim impact statements.
If the defendant will rise with his attorney. Mr. Lawler, Mr. Said Yaser, having been found guilty of the first-degree felony offense of capital murder, is there any legal reason why sentence should not now be imposed?
No legal reason. No reason at all.
Thank you. Mr. Said, is the judgment and decree of this court that you be taken by the Dallas Sheriff and handed over to the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, where you shall serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you. You can sit down. We are off the record for victim impact. 10 minutes.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes. Mr. Said, since this was not a plea bargain case, you do have the right to appeal the judgment in this case, as well as the sentence, okay? And I am handing you a copy of the trial court certification of your right of appeal, which your attorney explained to you and which you signed. Did you understand that document, sir, when you signed it with your attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions of me at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You all can be seated. off the record. Let's proceed with the victim impact.
Please be mindful, we're still in a court in front of a judge.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. My name is Patricia Owens. I'm the mother of Amina Said and the mother of Amina Said. Because of the actions that Yaser Said took, I will not get to take Amina and Sarah to get their first prom dress or go to prom. I will not be able to see Amina and Sarah graduate from high school and college. Both girls wanted to be doctors. They were very smart, intelligent, bright, loving, caring, and did not have an enemy in the world except their father, the devil, that killed them. Both girls wanted to be doctors. They loved to help others. I will not get to see Amina and Sarah get married. I will not have grandkids, and I do what other grandmothers get to do, like taking them to the park to feed the ducks and play on the playground, as Amina and Sarah and Islam did when they were younger on a daily basis. Amina and Sarah was caring, loving, bright. I remember when we was on our way to Turner Falls, which we went at least 2 or 3 times a week. A year. Amina said, Amina's words was to her dad, her Bubba, Yaser Said, "You're a devil. You murdered your girls." The day we were on the way to Turner Falls in Oklahoma, Amina told you, "Bubba, I have butterflies in my heart because I'm happy we're going to Turner Falls." Now, Amina and Sarah is at peace. They don't have to worry about you hurting them any longer. You have their blood on your hands. You deserve a lot more than what the judge has gave to you. You deserve to die now, not wait in prison. Not only did you abuse our daughters, you brainwashed our son. Our son is now serving 10 years in the penitentiary because of you. And that mean look that you are glaring at me with, I'm not scared of you anymore. You made me a strong person, but you took my life. You took my family all in one day. You could keep those evil eyes on me as long as you want, but you will never break me down again. Nor will you ever be able to hurt another person. And I'm going to say this. I hope somebody gets their hands on you
and hurt you and do everything you ever done to anybody. That's counting the 9 bullets you put in Sarah. 9. And she called 911. Amina, 2 bullets in the heart. Anybody that loves their children would have not put a blood on their hands for the murder of these 2 beautiful girls. Not only did you hurt them, not only did you hurt these 2 girls that you claim that you love, you don't know what love is. I don't even think you know what hate is. You don't know what anything is but to have victims. And God so help me, I will keep Amina and Sarah's picture out there. These girls may not be here alive, but they're always in my heart, always on my mind. After you doing what you did, you have caused not only anger, hatred. I can never forgive somebody like you. I always was scared of you, and you know that. You never treated me like a real person, a wife. I was more of the person that you could take your anger out. Remember when you put the knife to my throat? I do. Remember when you pointed the gun at me? I do. Remember when you shot the tires out of the car and toward the little travel trailer we lived in Covington? I do. But you know what? I don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't have to worry about that. But there is one thing that I want to tell you. After you took my life away from me, and you know how much I love my children. My family was everything. My kids was my world, was my life. I would do anything for them, and you knew that. Even when I had to protect and put Mina in the van when you was chasing her down the road. Do you remember that? Well, I do. Well, I'm going to go on from talking about some of the abuse. But due to you now, I have a major depression disorder. I'm anemia. I have PTSD. Cannot sleep without having medicine, so I don't see your face. Well, that's the best thing. And you know what? You could keep those evil eyes glaring. Just glare away. Because this is going to be the last time that you see me. But it won't be. But it won't be.
Keep your clients quiet so the victim can, the victim's family can say their piece, okay? Thank you.
But I will tell you, I pray on a daily basis that you suffer. That you suffer the pain that Amina went through. That you suffer that Sarah went through. And I just hope that every time you turn around, you have bad dreams. I hope your life is so miserable that you wished you would have just killed yourself. But no, you're too coward to hurt your yourself. But you wasn't too coward to put 9 bullets in our baby daughter, Sarah, and 2 bullets in our oldest daughter, Amina. At this time, you are nothing. You are a prisoner. You are a murderer. And the devil. And I am finished.
Does the state have any other victim impact?
There's one more, Your Honor.
Hi, my name is Connie Maggio. I'm the aunt of Amina and Sarah. First of all, I would like to thank the jury, the judge, the Dallas FBI, the Irving Police Department, the DA, and most of all, the brave Bedford maintenance man that led the FBI to Yaser Said. I am devastated, pissed off, and heartbroken over the loss of my nieces. For years, I waited for the day Amina and Sarah would be able to escape a prison they called home. The day they were legal age to escape a place full of abuse, family secrets, and assault. But that day never came. Yes, sir, you abused, stalked, assaulted Amina and Sarah for years. Then you took their lives. For what? To protect the honor of your family name? There is no honor in killing 2 unarmed people. I call that being a coward. The only thing you done for your family's name is stain it with Amina and Sarah's blood. Now, yes, sir, it's your turn to get what you gave, a prison to call home. Yes, sir. I hope you live a long time in your new home. I hope the remainder of your life is filled with your worst nightmares. I hope this is your new reality. Now Amina and Sarah can rest in peace. They are no longer your victims.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record.
Is there anybody else? Is there anybody else?
No, Your Honor, there's nobody.
Okay, thank you.
And for the record, may it please the court, the defendant would give notice of his appeal to the Court of Appeals for the 5th District of Texas.
Thank you, that's noted.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank both sides for maintaining decorum in the courtroom and for giving it your all. And we're recessed. Thank you.
I think, well, you all know that we have placed the conviction on appeal to the Fifth Court of Texas, which is right over here in the rain. And my reaction is that when this first happened, I wish the Irving Police Department had done an investigation, which they never did. The FBI never investigated it. Nobody ever got phone records. And unfortunately, I think it's too late to get them now from anybody. So we will never know who actually killed the girls. Now, we are very, very sorry that they were killed. Amina and Sarah sound like they were wonderful people. But my client, Yaser Said, has always told me he never did it. From the very first day I met him when he came to our jail in 2020, and until now, that has not ever changed. So this is a case where there are no witnesses, there's no forensic science to it. There is no even looking. We don't have the chance to look at phone records. There is no confession. So here we are. And unfortunately, the FBI and the Irving Police Department themselves early on labeled this as an honor killing, and that caught the eye of the public. And there have been documentaries galore about this case, and we just don't feel that it's appropriate. It never was about an honor killing. If you're doing an honor killing, why in God's name would you not fess up to it? Makes no sense to me.
What do you make of the dying declaration from Yaser Said who names her father as the...
Well, as the state's expert witnesses said, a person who has been shot like that and is losing oxygen can have auditory and, visual hallucinations. They can be in a mental state such that they will create things when things are not there. Now, unfortunately, that's all they ever went on was the statement that we heard in court. Thankfully, the jury, in our case, didn't want the doctored, the 911 tape. They didn't want the doctored one. They wanted the pure one, where it's not, no subtitles
But they
on
still
it.
found him guilty.
They found him guilty, yes, based on the evidence that they heard, and we'll have an appeal on that issue.
Brad, should you have let him testify? Do you think that hurt your case, or do you think it didn't do one thing?
Well, I don't think it did one way or another, actually. Mr. Said had always said he wanted to testify, so we let him testify. He wanted to, it's his choice. Defendant in the case, in any case, gets a decision of either to testify or not testify, and he wanted to testify.
Mr.
So.
Waller, at the beginning of the trial,
Mhm.
you guys said that if the state didn't call Joseph, what I know you guys would, and then you ended up not, and I was just wondering why didn't you?
Well, we didn't feel that Justin or Mr. Moreno would help us in the case. The absence of Mr. Moreno we thought hurt the state worse than it did us. So that's why we ended up not calling him. He was here for final argument. He and his mother both.
Thanks, Brad.
Okay?
Could you spell your first and last name, please?
Sure.
Could you spell your first and last name, please?
Yeah, Brad, B-R-A-D, Lawler, L-O-L-L-A-R.
Well, actually, if there are any other questions, I'll just follow up on that quickly. So,
Sure.
Y'all's narrative was that Amina had these two different boyfriends. So
Right.
why wouldn't it help your case to bring Joseph to the stand?
Well, he didn't know about the other guy, and the other guy didn't know about him. We had Joseph was saying that he was getting texts and phone calls from Amina during the time, and he knew her, certainly. But Edgar didn't know Joseph, and Joseph didn't know Edgar, so we decided not to call him. All right, well, thank you all.
He's down.
She was waiting.
Chris, just stay over here.
God, I can't believe the rain.
Okay? Okay. Well, good. As you know, I'm Dallas County District Attorney John Crizo, and I want to, first of all, thank you all for being here. I want to thank the jury and all the law enforcement agencies, starting with the Irving Police Department, FBI, Collin County, and every other agency that assisted in this. We're here, obviously, to offer condolences, continued condolences to this family, but we're also here to see to it that justice was done, which it was. We are thankful for the jury for listening to the evidence, paying attention to it, and finding Mr. Said guilty of capital murder. As you know, the result of this offense is that he will die in prison, which is our goal for him under these circumstances. It's awful for anybody to kill anyone, but especially your two children. That is certainly the epitome of evil in this man, and we're happy that the verdict has been rendered in this case. So I'll take any questions. I have a question for Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren.
If she wants to, I don't know. She does.
Oh,
She does.
the dean says you want to talk.
Okay, sure.
How did it feel to finally get this verdict? I mean, you were very passionate in your closing arguments.
Honestly, it's been an honor and privilege to stand up and be an advocate for Sarah and Amina. I've been thinking about them the past 2 weeks, every morning when I wake up, every night when I close my eyes. And so it's very relieving to get the guilty verdict and to finally get justice for these girls.
What about when he testified, was that a gift to you, or was that an annoyance, or what was it?
Well, as we say up here, it's always, prosecutors dream to get to cross a defendant. You usually don't get that opportunity. But I think his story unraveled, right? We poked holes in that, and he chose to testify. He waived his Fifth Amendment right, and therefore he was subject to cross-examination.
How would you describe his demeanor during cross-examination, and also today when he was maybe talking during victim impact statements?
I think you guys could see it for yourself if you watch the trial. In cross, he got, a little hostile, aggressive. He was getting upset with the questions. And as you saw throughout the trial, he sometimes seemed a little agitated. But, other times he was calm. So I think you guys can judge for yourself from watching the trial.
He was pretty upset when you nailed him down on women having more rights. Does that fit his demeanor, to the way he thinks that, he killed his daughters, he was abusive to his wife? He made that statement.
I think from the evidence you can see that he's probably a true narcissist. He believes that he's smarter than everyone else. He believes everyone is inferior to him, especially women. And I think that was evident from the trial. Okay, thank you.
What was it like to finally face him in court, face to face, to see him and say what you said?
It was a relief. I know now that he can't hurt anybody else.
How did you feel when you were up there looking at him eye to eye?
I had to be Amina and Sarah's voice. We waited for this day for 14 years. And facing him and telling him, it really made me feel good. It made me feel a lot better knowing that he won't be able to hurt anybody else.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.